not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Monday. We are back, and we've got some news to cover, and then we'll see. Then we shall see. Like I said, we do have some news to cover first, and then we'll see what happens with certain things. Interesting. Some really interesting news. Also, Don, thank you for the lurk. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we do have some really interesting news, and it kinda... yeah. But, okay, let's just get into it. So before we get into it, my weekend was okay. You know, I got some stuff done, which was really nice. Talked to some friends and stuff like that. So that was really nice to hear from them. And then today I did more stuff. I did more work stuff during the day, which honestly came out pretty good. For whatever reason, though, I had I don't know. I just kind of felt like crap, if I'm being honest. I just kind of felt like crap for a little bit, and then took like a 2.5 hour nap, something like that, and woke up and I'm feeling fine. So, yeah. But we do, in fact, actually have some news. It's gonna be interesting. Now, I do think it's a little bit of clickbait. I've seen this multiple times today from different news sources. I'm just gonna go with the Game Rant one because the others, although I'm pretty sure it's the same, it's roughly the same in terms of the information that they're gonna give. This one seems a little bit less clickbaity, I guess you could call it. So, we're going to get into it. Video game news, here we go. From Software parent company has over 20 games in development. Katakawa Corporation, From Software's parent company, recently announced that more than 20 games are currently in active development. I will say... Spectre, what's going on, buddy? I will say that other news sources are citing 26. Gamer Rant is just saying more than 20. Fair. According to the report released during its latest financial statement, the majority of these titles are being created for consoles, while others, which would be the other 6, are intended for mobile devices. Doing good? I'm doing okay. From Software, known for popular franchises like Dark Souls and Armored Core, is one of the developers involved in this large-scale project. Katakawa Corporation acquired From Software in 2014. Since then, the Japanese developer has produced games such as Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Elden Ring, and Armored Core 6. Sophia, it's good to see you. How you doing? Managed to finally put together a build with True's help. Parts should arrive this week. Hell yeah, dude. Sleepy? I hear ya. Fans have long been clamoring for sequels to games like Bloodborne and Sekiro, though it's uncertain if these will come to fruition. How am I doing? I kind of felt like crap. For a little bit, and then I took like a 2.5 hour nap, something like that. Feeling better, but you ever wake up and you're still kind of like, it's not like I'm in zombie mode, but you kind of feel like I could easily go back to bed. That's kind of where I'm at. So I'm getting there. Don't feel like crap anymore, but so at least I got that going for me. In an interview, company president Hidetaka Miyazaki mentioned that From Software tackling multiple smaller projects would be a logical step following Elden Ring's release. If sequels to these games happen, they would likely be on a smaller scale than Elden Ring, which, to be fair, Elden Ring is fucking massive, so duh. According to Game Watch, Katakawa is working on 26 games, with 20 of those dedicated to consoles, and the remaining 6 targeted for mobile. Besides From Software, other subsidiaries under Katakawa include Spike Chunsoft, the developer behind Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, and Shiren the Wanderer, the mystery dungeon of Serpent Coil Island. Japanese studio Gacha Gacha Games, which holds the RPG Maker IP, is also a Katakawa subsidiary. Katakawa has recently expanded its network of developers to support its growing game portfolio. In December of last year, Katakawa acquired the game studio Acquire, creator of Tenchu and Octopath Traveler, further consolidating its development partnerships. This expansion shows Kadokawa's strategic preparation for increased game production following its recent solid market performance, mainly driven by the success of Elden Ring and its DLC Shadow of the Erdtree. In total, Kadokawa has 4 game studios under its umbrella, though it doesn't mean all productions are reserved solely for them. The company also outsources development for other titles, such as Metal Max Xeno, which was developed by Cattle Call. Still, following the announcement of this extensive development lineup, fans quickly began requesting a Bloodborne remaster, no surprise there, or at least a PC port. However, while From Software developed the game, Sony holds the Bloodborne IP, so any decision regarding a remaster or remake rests with Sony. Which is true. Here's the thing. I think Kadokawa has the pull to get Sony, if they really, really wanted to get Sony to the negotiating table and say, hey guys, listen, people really, 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 really want a Bloodborne remaster or a remake and or a PC port, 60 frames a second, 1080p, and so on. People really, really want that. Let's get it done. What do we got to do to get this shit done? I think Kadokawa actually does have the pull in order to do that. So all I can say to a Bloodborne remaster is, unless they started talking to Sony right now, probably highly unlikely for the next couple of years, at least. But things could be on the right track. There's also the potential for Tenchu to come back, which is pretty cool. In terms of other FromSoft games, I really don't know. I really have no idea. But it'll be interesting to find out. It will be interesting to find out. So we've got 26 games, 6 of them are mobile, so we're focusing on 20. We don't know what they are. But it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what they're going to crank out. Next up, I have something that I actually saw. It was either Saturday night after I was done the stream, or it was Sunday night. This is a game that is coming out next year, and it is called The Altars. This is a trailer for it. Are you guys ready? This actually looks kind of interesting. Always ready? All right, here we go. From the creators of This War of Mine and Frostpunk.
What if you could change the decisions you regret in your life and see the outcomes of those choices with your very own eyes? The Altars tells the story of Jan Dolsky, a simple miner who survived a crash landing on a hostile planet. He quickly realizes that what was supposed to be a lifetime job opportunity turns into a desperate fight for his life. Jan will need to handle a large mobile base that's designed to be operated.
Wait. Hang on. We got to go back. Look at that. That is art. That is insane. That is such an incredibly pretty vista. Holy shit.
Jan will need to handle a large mobile base that's designed to be operated by an entire team of qualified personnel. Even worse, the planet Jan landed on revolves around the deadly scorching star. Escaping the sunrise is crucial for survival. Despite his best efforts, Jan simply lacks the time and skills to deal with all these problems on his own. But The planet Yan is stranded on is home to a mysterious substance called rupidium. With its use and the help of the quantum computer on board, Yan is able to create alternative versions of himself. The alters. Each one of them is a result of altering a crucial decision from Yan's past. The alters are a reflection of the questions he asks himself. What if I never left my hometown? What if I didn't drop out of college? What if I fought harder to save my marriage? Our alters have the necessary knowledge and skills that we desperately need to succeed. But they also come with their own goals, ambitions, and fears, all derived from their different life paths. And that can generate problems.
Stop pretending you have any idea how I feel.
Incompetence, incoherent decision-making, a groundbreaking mission on the verge of failure.
Damn, I just hope I don't f everything up again.
You want a relationship that lasts. Put some effort in it.
Each Yan is a different person. It will be extremely difficult to keep everyone happy.
You gotta learn how to say no sometimes.
But we must do whatever we can, because as the mission goes on, the challenges will only pile up. Obstacles on the outside, internal tensions that could prove to be even more dangerous. And with a ticking clock of the deathly sun behind our backs, the only way home is to press forward.
How cool does that look? I'm gonna be honest, I think that looks pretty damn cool. So essentially what it is you start off as one guy who crash lands on a planet, everybody else is dead, and he realizes very quickly that even though he's got this mobile base that can outrun the sun, he doesn't have the time to develop anything and everything that he needs to stay alive, and he also doesn't have just the time within his lifetime to do everything that's needed other than run. So you have this element called rupidium on the planet, and he's got a quantum computer, and he basically makes, I guess you could call them clones, but they're not entirely, they're not exact copies, right? So you get to change decisions throughout your life, and that kind of alters who the clones are and what their skills are and their temperaments and their wants and needs and fears and everything else, so that they can help you with running this massive mobile base, which is pretty cool. OD's confirmed cast is Sophia Lillis, Hunter Schafer, and Udo Kier. Yes, this is true. How you doing, Spoiled? This is a really, really, really cool concept. Spoiled, were you here for this, or did you just come in? Oh no, I think she left again. Oh no. You have to take the dogs out and I will miss it. Not helping. Okay. Let me know when you're back, please, and we'll play it again. But there is also some more news, and it's from Daddy Mutahar. We haven't seen anything from Papa Mutahar in a minute. So apparently Ubisoft is finally getting sued. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hello, guys and gals? Me, Mudahar, and I got the Best Buy Blue on when I'm at my happiest, and this is when Ubisoft is getting sued, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Ubisoft is one of those companies where, to be honest with you, I feel like they have no real understanding of what their community or the gamers actually really want.
Which is true, they haven't for quite a long time, by the way.
As of recently, they released this one game that you probably didn't hear of called Champions Tactic Grimoria Chronicles, which is this competitive multiplayer turn-based RPG. And if you're looking at just what gameplay they're showcasing, it's almost like this 3D tabletop Darkest Dungeon game brought forward. Now you might be like, whoa, Muda, why are you bringing up this one game? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ubisoft's newest NFT game. Now, you might be like, well, why would something like this even need NFTs? But no, there are tons of NFT crypto people that immediately jump and flock and mint everything they can to get their starting characters and play a video game that quite literally doesn't even need the blockchain or Web3 or NFTs or anything crypto in order to function, right? A lot of these like multiplayer live service games could easily be done on a server, and all of their, actual processing doesn't even need anything from the blockchain. So ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea about it, how much do you think some of these NFTs are costing in a game that is deader than Elvis Presley? Well, apparently if you look at it, they've got 2,029 champions in the Champion Tactics marketplace, right? Now, I started to look at some of these prices, and you don't have to, go to an optometrist. This is one actual NFT is apparently, in some fucking cosmic way, worth $394 million and $92,888.88. Now, you might be wondering, whoa, how the hell could the Savage Trooper be worth that much? Well, what about the Balanced Flesh Reaper? For $315,824,929. Now, look, I'm pretty sure that there are private jets, fucking yachts bunkers that you could purchase far cheaper than that, okay?
True, coming in for 24 months. True, thank you so much, buddy. How you doing? We are learning currently about how Ubisoft is getting sued, and apparently they just released an NFT game where, trying to buy a character can set you back a cool $315 million.
What convinces an actual crypto degenerate to think, man, maybe I'll buy the Savage Trooper or a house? NFT or a house? Now, if you're anybody that's buying some of these things, I think you have way too much money for anything. Even the ones that are worth like $5,000, $4,000. If you buy this, you are actually brain dead. You are actually fucking medically brain dead is what I would consider, all right?
He does have a point. One thing I would say, though, is that there's only one way that anybody who is buying NFTs is not brain dead. And that is to have more money than the world does 10 times over to buy every single NFT that the world has and destroy all of them. That's literally the only time somebody who is into NFTs is not brain dead.
Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, per YouTube TOS, I wish I could escalate a little bit more of what I think of the people purchasing this, but we'll have to dial it back just a bit. So again, this one NFT thing that's worth it this much, obviously for a gaming company, they really love this kind of stuff because if you can skim like 5% of the purchase price of like thousands of dollars, you're making more money than you would ever selling just one microtransaction. Okay, this is the real, this is why companies go after NFT stuff. Remember, if you can siphon 5% off of a $760 purchase or a $1,000 purchase, you have actually made more money than you would have just with one actual microtransaction sale. So their whole idea is this shit just sells like crazy and they make money off of marketing trading activity. But anyways, to go beyond it, obviously this game hasn't been doing too well. There was one user by Paulstar111 that was apparently squad wiping every single person in the game.
Nice.
But apparently the developers were like, sorry guys, there's a matchmaking bug. Everyone can play normal now. You know, it's wild that...
Wait, we got to see what that said.
We're like, sorry guys, there's a matchmaking bug.
The issue you experienced with matchmaking has been resolved, and you can now play normally again. We sincerely apologize to Shillery11 and Paulstar111, as the problem was due to a matchmaking bug, and they were banned for security reasons. We have, of course, lifted their bans and kindly ask everyone to be understanding towards them. Please keep in mind that the bug might occur, and we are currently working on a long-term fix for it. I will get back to you soon with more updates. Thank you all once again. And... literally, there's 3 people who spelled Paul. There's 4 hearts. There's 2 different versions of a flaming face that 5 people in total did. And there's a red flaming face that 11 people did. So it's I'm going to be honest, none of this looks good. It kind of looks like this game is going into the shitter.
Everyone can play normal now. You know, it's wild that, like, in most games, I wonder to myself, most multiplayer stuff that I play, it's probably not this buggy, but usually with NFT garbage and trash, that's when all the crappy development comes out. Anyways, though, the title of this video is Ubisoft is getting sued, and obviously I started this video off with that. Now, remember that game, The Crew? One of the main reasons that a YouTube beloved creator, Ross, had actually started a campaign on known as Stop Killing Games. An online game Ubisoft released that clearly can be played offline, completely lost to the ether because Ubisoft did not care about actually, you know, preserving that fucking game, okay?
Okay, but here's, again, so there have been some creators, one of the most notable that has come out against Stop Killing Games, his name is Pirate Software, right? That's his name on Twitch. There is a really good reason as to why he did it. And it's not because he doesn't like video game preservation. It's because of what people are demanding and because they don't understand that you can't just put a server up and call it good and then that's that, right? Especially for a lot of these games where even if you have the disc, the only thing that you're actually ever going to be able to play with just the disc is the first level. They do that specifically so that you have to download the rest of it from them, and if for whatever reason somebody was able to get their hands on a disc illegally and then uploads it to something like the Pirate Bay, well, guess what? You're only getting the first level. That's a security thing, right? So that's kind of the point. There's also a lot of live service games and stuff like that where it costs them money, and it costs them quite a bit of money to, even if they're not actively doing anything with it, you have to have more money than God just to keep the servers up and running. And Thor, that's his name. Thor didn't particularly care for Stop Killing Games, not to mention, I don't know if Mutahar covers this, but Stop Killing Games is specifically for the EU. It has nothing to do with the United States. It has nothing to do with Canada. Has nothing to do with Mexico. Has nothing to do with any of the Latin Americas. Nothing to do with South America. Nothing to do with Asia. Nothing to do with Australia or Japan. It is quite literally the EU only. Okay? So it doesn't really matter what everybody in the Western world thinks about Stop Killing Games, because we're never going to see it anyway. It is specifically a petition for the European Union courts. So what's the point? If it's not going to help us whatsoever, then why bother, right? And the way that they're proposing this stuff, the wording, doesn't make any sense. The other reason I stopped it here is because I know that Mutahar is a very, very, very big proponent for video game preservation. I'm also a very big proponent for video game preservation. However, the one thing that I will say is that everybody, and I said this before, everybody loves to piss and moan about video game preservation, but when a company does something right, nobody acknowledges that it even exists. We covered an article literally Saturday talking about how Sega had all these classic games on Steam, on PlayStation, on Xbox, and even on Nintendo Switch. And chances are that people are going to be pissed and everything now that Sega has decided we are going to take these classic games away. Understandable for the people who bought it. I know. I bought all of them. But did anybody else? You see the issue. Everybody wants to use video game preservation as a reason to be able to get a hold of an emulator and be able to download ROMs from the internet. And that's the reality, which we all know is not exactly the most legal thing in the world. It's a very legal gray area. But if they're talking about actual video game preservation, here's a company that did it with dozens of their own games from the Sega Genesis, and there were a lot of people who never bothered to even give a shit. So what really is video game preservation at that point? Something to think about.
Okay? I think games should be preserved. I think we should make sure that any game that comes out that you spend your money on should have some actual functionality. Now, obviously, if a game is sold like World of Warcraft, where you fucking know it's an MMO, you know the multiplayer is a strong component, you know from the get-go you're buying a license, you're buying a subscription to join the world of Azeroth. But when you're playing some of these live service, online-only required games that can clearly be played offline with AI, like The Crew, there needs to be better wording. So anyways, recently there's this big 38-page lawsuit that you can actually read through that actually goes and is filed by two individuals, Matthew and Ellen, against Ubisoft Entertainment. It's a class action complaint where, again, they want to bring up the idea of owning your game. So when they say, imagine you buy a pinball machine, and years later, you go to your den to go play it, only to discover that all the paddles are missing. The pinball and puppets are gone. Tony Soprano came to your house, took everything from you, okay? Basically what they said was, turns out the pinball machine manufacturer, in this case Ubisoft, decides to come to your house and gut the insides of the pinball machine and remove your ability to play the game that you bought and thought you owned.
Okay. Let me go through the rest of this really quick. Even though you paid full price to receive this game, you never knew the manufacturer could come in one day and without your control leave you with a skeleton of what you thought you paid for. This is exactly what happened to thousands of Ubisoft customers, including plaintiffs Cassell and Liu, when on March 31st, 2024, defendants decided to shut down the servers for their video game, The Crew. The product or the game? How many times have I told you guys, and I've shouted this to the heavens, and I've yelled it across the lawn, and everything else, you do not own video games. You own a license that allows you to play a video game. That's what you own. I've got over 500 games in my Steam list, okay? Over 500. At any point, if the publisher or the developer, whoever owns the IP, deems it necessary, they can remove it from Steam and remove my access to it because the license, in their eyes, is no longer valid. I'm going to go ahead and say, just reading the nature of action, this first paragraph, these guys are absolutely not going to win. And the reason I say that is because this entire pinball allegory that they're using is completely false. That is absolutely not what is happening. They're saying, we'll read through it again. Imagine you buy a pinball machine and years later you enter your den to go play it, only to discover that all the paddles are missing, the pinball and bumpers are gone, and the monitor that proudly displayed your unassailable, spoiled, coming in for 46 months, your unassailable high score is removed. Turns out the pinball machine manufacturer decided to come into your home, gut the insides of the pinball machine, and remove your ability to play the game that you bought and thought you owned. You don't. That's not what they're doing. They would just... This would be more of a thing if they said, imagine you bought a pinball machine, and then years later, the manufacturer of said pinball machine came into your house one night while you were asleep and removed the pinball machine entirely. Because, honestly, it doesn't actually matter whether you have the disc or not. You still can't play it. Right? And I guarantee that if you went through the end-user license agreement, which the EULA, which quite literally all of us, myself included, just hit scroll and go all the way down so that the little button lights up and says, I agree. Guarantee there's a clause in there that specifically says that you own a license. You do not own the game. Guarantee. Just saying. Thank you so much for the 46 months spoiled.
Important word over here. Again, as somebody that's been in this space for years, I kind of know what is a digital license, and that's just why I buy physical, because I know with the physical disc that contains all of the game data, no company can come and take that disc unless they break into my house and take the disc that way, okay? But that's a whole different story, okay?
However, one thing that I will say, and I understand what Mood is saying, but here's the big thing. If you have to connect to the internet, even if you have a physical copy of the game, if you have to connect to the internet and you have to agree to the EULA, it does not matter whether or not you have a physical copy of the game on a disc. They will not allow you to play it because at any given time, they can quite literally just come in and shut you off and go, nope, sorry, license is now invalidated. That's it. And I've said this many, many times before. I know for a fact this would never happen, but the way that it's been going for God knows how long now is if you own a physical copy of a game, there is nothing, according to the rules set down, for how these people get past people owning a license and things like that. There is nothing stating that those video game publishers and those video game developers are not entitled to your physical copy. Fair. So let me put it this way. You own a copy of Super Mario Brothers 3, right? Cool. There is nothing in the laws stating that Nintendo cannot take you to court if they decide that they don't want any more hard copies of Super Mario Brothers 3 out there. There's nothing stating in the laws as they are currently written that Nintendo is not allowed to take you to court and sue you, or you turn around and you give them your copy of Super Mario Brothers 3. There is nothing protecting you. That's how it works.
Okay. Anyways, this is obviously targeting people that are, the average casual gamer that probably purchases a game thinking, yeah, I'll be able to download this whenever, right? They don't really understand that they're purchasing a license. So anyways, even though you paid full price to receive this game, you never knew that the manufacturer would come in one day and without your control, leave you with a skeleton of what you thought you paid for. This is exactly what happened to thousands of Ubisoft customers, including plaintiffs Kaisel and Liu. I need to get better at pronouncing names. This decision resulted in defendants' complete destruction of the game, which totally barred consumers access to the product they paid money for, which is true. So to further rub salt on the wound,
This decision resulted in defendants' complete destruction of the game, which totally barred consumers' access to the product they paid money for. It resulted in the defendants' complete destruction of the game. How? The game is still there. They just don't have access to it because they no longer have a license or permission to play it. So, where, again, is this destruction coming in? Are they talking about their save files? Because that's a totally different thing than the game itself.
Defendants decided that they would not provide consumers with the basic courtesy of leaving intact the single-player version of the game. So to give an idea, there was never any actual single-player version of the game. It wasn't as if you couldn't connect to the Ubisoft servers, the crew would say, all right, just play an offline version of it. There could have the potentiality to have offline play, but Ubisoft never officially patched it in to the original crew. And I still think they can patch it into the original crew. I still very much believe they can. It's just a matter of Ubisoft probably not doing it, whether it be because they're in active litigation, clearly, or it's because it would just look like some weird form of capitulation. Instead of making NFT games, can you just preserve the games that people paid full price and wanted to preserve? Like, is that too much to ask?
Okay, again, it has nothing to do with it being too much to ask. It has everything to do with capitalism, right? Don't ask questions, just consume product. We know this, right? The Red Letter Media guys said it. They keep saying it on Twitter for literally everything.
Specifically, gamers owning the fucking disc.
You would think. You would think. But that's not actually how it works, sadly. Right? Also, thank you again, spoiled. Sadly, that's not true. It isn't, right? Companies are not there to capitulate. Companies are not there to do all these different things. Companies are there for one reason, and one reason only. And especially companies like EA and Ubisoft, they are there to do one thing: make money, right? Even Sega, whom I appreciate them having the Sega Genesis Classics on Steam for as long as they did, if nobody really bought them, what the fuck's the point? See what I mean? Right? If they're not making any money, or they have a better idea to market it, then there's zero reason why anybody should be butthurt when the time comes and Sega finally does take all those games off of Steam. Because anybody can sit there and go, well, no, but it's the whole point of the thing. But the point doesn't matter if nobody actually acts on it. Right? So if people aren't going out in droves and buying those games for pennies on the dollar that Sega is re-releasing in their original form, and they are using their own emulator that they know works with all of their games, and nobody's buying it, then guess what? They just pissed away all that money for no fucking reason, and nobody gave a shit. It always only comes down to, it's because I want to own an emulator and I want to play all my old games every once in a while, every 3 to 4 years. I want to pop in maybe like 10 different games and just go through them and experience nostalgia and then go, okay, I'm done, and then move on to the next thing that, you know, the next latest and greatest thing that came out. That's how it works. Video game companies don't owe you shit. And there's nothing stating that in any of the laws whatsoever.
From a company as large as Ubisoft, like, am I being a little too entitled when I say that?
Yes.
So what they said was defendants misled consumers by telling them that they were buying a game, when in fact all they were doing was renting a limited license. So it's because of this kind of stuff that there's been new laws that have been introduced. For instance, if you live in the state of California, one bill, number 2426, actually specifically covers this, where they state in section 1 that it shall be unlawful for a seller of a digital good to advertise or offer for sale a digital good to a purchaser with the terms buy or purchase or any other term which a reasonable person would understand to confer an unrestricted ownership interest in the digital good, or alongside an option for a time-limited rental, unless either of the following occurs. So basically, unless the seller receives at the time of each transaction an affirmative acknowledgement from the purchaser indicating all the following: that the purchaser is receiving a license to a digital good, and the complete list of restrictions and conditions of the license. The access to the digital good may be unilaterally revoked by the seller if they no longer hold a right to the digital good if applicable.
Which is all well and fine. And again, I get what he's saying. Problem is that this is a bill that was passed because they couldn't get any publisher and they couldn't get any developer on record stating that they sold the game. Like, if you go onto Steam right now, right? If you go onto Steam right now, you will never see any trailer for any of those games talking about buying the game. Never. There is not one on Steam that will ever talk about you buying the game. They use the term experience the game. They use the term of experiencing the world of insert game name here. They talk about how it is a unique experience. They use a lot of different buzzwords and catchphrases and everything like that, but there is literally nothing that says buy the game. That's why this entire thing came out in the first place, because people need to understand they're not buying a game, they are buying a license that allows them to play the game.
And B, the seller provides the consumer, before executing each transaction, a clear and conspicuous statement that does both of the following. States in plain language that buying or purchasing the digital good is a license. So this is quite important, right? It's not what we wanted, but according to the state of California, what they did was basically put like a Surgeon General warning, kind of like when you buy cigarettes. It basically tells you, hey, bitch, you don't own this $60 purchase, okay? It's not yours. It can be taken away whenever.
Listen, I love Papa Mutahar, but the problem is that it's not a very good analogy, right? Here's the reason it's not a very good analogy. Why? Because anybody who smokes or is a previous smoker knows flat out, knows flat out that when you go in and you buy a pack of cigarettes, the last thing you give a fuck about is the tiny ass little print that is on the side of the pack of cigarettes that is the Surgeon General's warning, which, by the way, changes with every single pack that you get. So everybody knows what the Surgeon General's warning is in general, which basically means smoking is bad, stop doing it. But every time you get a different pack, it specifically states something different, right? It contains carcinogens that are known to cause cancer. Can lead to birth defects or possible miscarriage if smoking while pregnant, and so on, right? Now, again, as somebody who is a former smoker, the fuck does it matter to me? I don't have a womb. You see what I mean? They're very, very inconsistent. That's half the reason why smokers don't give a shit about the Surgeon General's warning. The other reason why is because they're heavily addicted. Makes sense, right? When it comes to video games, people expect a certain level of transparency. And we do have a certain level of transparency, which is the end user license agreement. The issue with the end user license agreement is that it's so fucking long, nobody cares to actually sit down and read it. So all we do is just scroll all the way to the bottom until it allows us to hit the button that says, I agree. That's it.
Now, generally speaking, right, like if you're the average gamer and you don't know about ownership and preserving your video games, you might actually think you can download it like 10 years later, provided you still remember the account, right? But now if you're being told that you don't actually own what you're buying, you're basically just renting it, that might actually affect how many people choose to go buy the digital copy or maybe buy a physical copy if they know that $60 is either, how they choose to spend the $60 means owning the game 10 years later or not. Now, according to the Cruz case,
I agree with him that yes, it might, but might is a very, very, very general descriptor, right? It just shows that there is the potential for people to sit there and go, yeah, no, I'm not going to buy it. Which is fine. I have no issue with that. But in actual practice, I don't think anybody's really going to give a shit.
Case, it didn't even matter if you owned the disc, because the servers, once they were disconnected, rendered the discs completely inoperable. So one of the things they said was, because this case is a class action where the aggregate claims of all members of the proposed class are in excess of $5 million, exclusive of interest and costs, there are over 100 members of the putative class and plaintiffs, as well as most members of the proposed class. So that's kind of how much money they're going for. And what they said over here was, in the past, home use video game consoles emerged into the 70s. Initially, video game consoles stored a limited number of games directly on the hardware. Later, the development of the game cartridges and discs allowed you to interchange games with consoles. So down the road, you could buy Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 1 and trade it around with your friends or use it on different systems. So in the 1990s, once you got general use internet, over time, developers used the internet to make MMOs, games like, World of Warcraft. The games used the internet as their platform, creating a space where individuals could play the games while socially interacting with one another. Today, every console has internet connectivity, and most games contain internet-based features. When players use the internet in games, they are using the internet hosted by the game company's servers, unlike in the past where users could continue playing old games if they continued using their old consoles. Players now have to rely on the company to continue hosting the game in order to continue having access. And in some cases, it's literally just a server that exists that could easily be locally processed, or, a patch could be delivered offline if these companies gave a flying fuck. Technically speaking, video games in single-player mode do not require an internet connection. However, since the crew operated from a remote server, there was no offline option. To play, users required a permanent internet connection, even if they bought a physical copy of the game. And then they talk about things like dedicated servers.
The reason why is because it is an anti-piracy thing. Even if they're able to rip the game files from the disc, even if they're able to somehow rip all the game files that are necessary off the internet, you still need that internet connection to be able to actually play it. Why? Because there are tons of people who went out and started pirating games. This is, as much as I hate to say it, and as much as it's the unpopular opinion, and I understand that, this is the next logical step that was bound to happen when it came to fighting piracy, right? You can only play our game if you are connected to our servers. And by the way, this isn't something that just came out of the blue. The only reason why this is a big thing right now is because I think there were something like 13 million people that still played the crew itself, right? So when the notice came down and they were stating, okay, well, we're shutting off all the servers, there is no single-player offline option, what ended up happening is everybody got pissed. But this has been going on since the early 90s, by the way, and I know this. I absolutely know this for a fact, because I can't remember the name of the game, but it was when I was very, very, very young, and it was when my dad actually had Prodigy Net, okay, which is before even what the internet as we know in the 2000s was. This is like 1991, 1992, okay? There was a game that you could play on Prodigy Net, and you had to be connected to the internet to play it. That game was a really fun game. It was this giant maze where you had to go through, and there were all these different enemies that you had to fight, and you had to talk to all these people and solve different puzzles and everything to get through one section of the maze into the next one, and so on. And it was this huge fantasy game. And honestly, if the thing didn't just run like a bag of shit now, I'd probably see if I could find it online again. However, the issue is that whoever the owner was shut the server down. So now that means that, and I'm sure it's online somewhere, but now that means that even if I want to play it, I am connecting to somebody else's server that is keeping the game alive and well, which means somebody else is paying for the server to keep it up and to keep it going. which, by the way, is the same thing all these companies, Ubisoft included, do. By the way, when that game went down, nobody sat there and pissed and moaned. There are tons and tons and tons of games that have done this over the years. Now, could that be considered a live service game? Maybe. It very well could be considered a precursor to what we now consider a live service game, sure. But this is not the first and definitely won't be the last time that any video game company requires you to connect to their servers to ensure that you do, in fact, have a valid license that allows you to play their games.
And whatnot. And of course, they talk about shutting down those servers. So look, for the people that are like, well, you should have seen the writing on the wall, I agree to an extent. But then they started to list some actual Reddit comments where people had said, I didn't realize I was only renting the game back when I gave them $60.
You weren't renting the game. You were purchasing a license. You were not renting the game. And if you can't figure that out for yourself, then you should not be online.
If things like this continue, why should we be paying full price for games, especially if they are digital games?
The reason being is because they can charge whatever they want. As much as I hate to say it, it's true. They can charge whatever they want for any game. Look at it this way. Star Wars Outlaws was charging people $130 to give it every single feature that it had and to play on the day that they originally promised, instead of the 3 or 4 days after the original release date, which is what everybody else who didn't pay $130 was going to be able to experience. And people still bought it.
Make it make sense. Dude, this is what I've been saying for years, okay? But whenever I talk about physical media, there's like this weird pushback from, like, I don't know, the gaming industry or some influencers who are so fucking locked in digital gaming because it's like, well, Moody, you play on PC. You gotta download games anyways to begin with. Even on the PC, digital storefronts like GOG exist that allow you to purchase DRM-free versions of video games. So
Which, by the way, is true. GOG does allow you to do DRM-free stuff. Anytime something comes up from GOG, I absolutely love purchasing their stuff because I know there's a little blurb on the bottom when you purchase a game, whether it be like the free stuff that shows up in Discord or whether you spend actual money, it specifically says, we will not be taking this game from you. You own this copy of the game. That's really, really, really cool. That is a very smart way to do it. And that's fine. And I also do agree that there does need to be more legislation that allows people to recognize that they are 100% buying a license for the game. They are not buying the game itself. I also understand the people who are complaining about, well, why are we paying full price for games when they're only digital? I completely understand that and acknowledge that, and for the most part, agree with it as well. But unfortunately, until the laws change, there's not a whole lot that we can do. And until people change the way that they look at things, there's also not a whole hell of a lot that we can do. Because unfortunately, a lot of this is due to what happened in the early 2000s, right? Shit does come back to bite us in the ass. Look at Napster. Napster was huge back in the day. You could download music, you could download games, you could download movies, you could download all of that stuff for free, and nobody knew how to combat it. And then finally, much as I can't stand them, but finally Metallica caught on and started taking people to court for downloading all of their stuff for free. Napster said, ain't happening, but the damage was already done, and Metallica filed suit against Napster. There were tons of other programs that came up that allowed you to do the same thing. We've all done it. I understand that, and I'm not saying that I haven't done it because I grew up during that period of time. I know what it's like to be broke, and I also know, hey, listen, I want to get new music for free. I want to get new games for free. We've all been there. We've all done it. Doesn't make it right. So until the laws change, and until people look at the way, until the way people look at games changes, this isn't going to do a whole hell of a lot.
You can download games like Cyberpunk 2077 and never have to worry about connecting to a server. As long as you have a actual downloaded copy from GOG, you can put that on a hard drive, you can burn that to a Blu-ray, you can make your own damn physical media if you want it. Obviously, Steam is not the only player in town, but as somebody that occasionally will play on a console, I do like purchasing physical media because in that case, at least I own my actual video games. That's why you have lawsuits like this.
But again, you don't own your actual video games for the most part. Again, the way that the laws are written, and I understand what he's saying. Well, they'd have to break into my house. They wouldn't break into your house. The way that the laws are written is if Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft tomorrow said, we legally have a right to all these different hard copies of the games because they are not purchasing the full game. They are purchasing a license to play the game on said medium, and that license is now defunct. They could literally show up to your door with the police and go, we are taking your game, and legally there is nothing you can do about it.
Because people end up buying video games that they think they actually own when in reality they don't. And it sucks even more when you're playing a video game that clearly can get an offline patch, but of course the company does not care. And then it's an even bigger kick in the dick when you find out the company is as wealthy as Ubisoft. For them, it shouldn't even be that big of a deal. So they start showing the boxes where in the boxes, they don't actually specify that the game could be shut down really at any moment, right?
That's because they don't have to, because they're also not telling you that you are purchasing a game. That is the point. That's the loophole. This is where the gaming industry really sucks. They are not saying that you have purchased a game. They are usually saying stuff like, never drive alone, right? You are getting an experience by driving with your friends. That's what they're telling you.
So when you actually look at certain aspects, like if you look at the back of this PlayStation box, you'll see like one player, you will see online play required. But again, if you look really closely, there shouldn't even be there should be a blurb that tells you, hey, at some point you're going to lose access. And unless you read this one line where it's like Ubisoft may cancel access to one or more specific online features upon a 30-day prior notice, published at thecrewgameubi.com.
Yep. There's your fine print. This right here, this is your Surgeon General's warning that nobody reads and nobody gives a shit about, right? Legally, again, I'm not saying legal equals right, but legally, Ubisoft did exactly what they said they were going to do and gave more than enough time and let people know well before 30 days that they were going to be shutting off access to this game.
So yeah, this lawsuit, look, as much as I'm very much on their side, I'm going to give you the brass tacks for the situation here. I think that with the tiny blurbs that are on the packaging, Ubisoft may actually end up having a case and saying, yeah, we gave you guys ample warning, ample notice, whatever. And even though I don't agree with it, legally, I guess they may actually be in the right.
They are.
But I think what this lawsuit does is allow people to have a serious discussion about the games that they own. You know, companies like Ubisoft are not the only, Ubisoft is not the only bad player in town. Pretty much every modern publisher has live service games that are pretty much on the chopping block within a year or two.
Oh, they all do it. They all absolutely do it.
Stop making enough money, or you're actually losing money just by having them operate. It's very easy for them to just call it quits and cut out any form of multiplayer or live service connectivity. And in some cases, just remove the game outright.
Yep.
And while, yes, there are some developers that'll go and push an offline patch because they understand that, hey, if you pay $60 for a game, you should be able to play it, right? Even if we're not there to support it. But that is, honestly, the exception and not really even the norm.
That's true.
In my opinion, it should be somewhat of a legal requirement for some of these games that clearly have offline functionalities to at least push an offline patch.
And to be fair, I completely agree with him, and that's 100% valid. If they do have a game that is single player, they are not going to be supporting it anymore. They should push a patch that allows you to play your single player game offline. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that whatsoever because it costs them a couple of bucks. They push the patch out. Everybody gets it before the servers shut down. The server shut down, nobody complains, versus having to keep the servers on. But back at the very, very beginning, when he was talking about the the stop killing games thing, this thing right here, again, it is only for the EU, and it does not recognize that they should be pushing any sort of offline patch. Instead, they are saying that all of the video game files and all of their proprietary software and all of the stuff that they did should be released when support shuts down, which is not even something any video game company would ever agree to. Literally, it's not something any video game company would ever agree to. And even if it does get pushed through in the EU, guess what? Us in the States, us in Canada, us in Latin America, us in South America, Australia, Japan, China, Russia, India, Pakistan, literally anywhere else other than the EU, it means nothing. It doesn't mean anything, which is why Stop Killing Games probably won't work. So I completely agree with what Mutahar is saying, but it's also the reason why I don't like Stop Killing Games.
Even if you don't want to, at least tell people very readily, apparently, as you buy a game, that this will die. This game will be gone. And just see how that actually affects sales when people start to see that level, that actual emergency blurb put up. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Ubisoft is getting sued.
The issue is that people, I guarantee there are too many dumb people out there that they're not even going to care, right? Again, how many times did I say it's absolutely fucking ridiculous for Ubisoft to charge you $130 to get all the content that they promised for Star Wars Outlaws and play it on the initial launch date that they promised? And that's insane. And then people went out and bought the $130 version anyway. You see what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. But people did.
Dude, and honestly, I really fucking hope for once this company gets a serious kick in the balls and actually fucking changes courses going forward. And I hope this actually affects the industry in some way where people are more conscious about what they own, before it's just too late. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
That's fair. Here, guys, go. If you don't want to subscribe to Papa Muda, that's fine, but at least please go like the video. I do not like sharing videos without attribution. Mutahar is awesome. He's great. There's nothing wrong with his stuff. So please, please, please go like the video. Spoiled, you are back. So are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? And I'm going to keep quiet while I play this too, because I think you'll actually really, really, really this. But are you ready, Spoiled? You guess. Well, I mean, guessing is better than not. So here we go.
What if you could change the decisions you regret in your life and see the outcomes of those choices with your very own eyes? The Altars tells the story of Yandals, a simple miner who survived a crash landing on a hostile planet. He quickly realizes that what was supposed to be a lifetime job opportunity turns into a desperate fight for his life. Yan will need to handle a large mobile base that's designed to be operated by an entire team of qualified personnel. Even worse, the planet Yan landed on revolves around a deadly, scorching star. Escaping the sunrise is crucial for survival. Despite his best efforts, Yan simply lacks the time and skills to deal with all these problems on his own. But The planet Jan is stranded on is home to a mysterious substance called Rapidium. With its use and the help of the quantum computer on board, Jan is able to create alternative versions of himself. The Alters. Each one of them is the result of altering a crucial decision from Jan's past. The Alters are a reflection of the questions he asks himself. What if I never left my hometown? What if I didn't drop out of college? What if I fought harder to save my marriage? Our Alters have the necessary knowledge and skills that we desperately need to succeed. But they also come with their own goals, ambitions, and fears, all derived from their different life paths. And that can generate problems.
Stop pretending you have any idea how I feel.
Incompetence, incoherent decision-making, a groundbreaking mission on the verge of failure.
Damn, I just hope I don't f everything up again.
You want a relationship that lasts. Put some effort in it.
Each Jan is a different person. It will be extremely difficult to keep everyone happy.
You gotta learn how to say no sometimes.
But we must do whatever we can, because as the mission goes on, the challenges will only pile up. Obstacles on the outside, internal tensions that could prove to be even more dangerous, and with a ticking clock of the deathly sun behind our backs, the only way home is to press forward.
So what do you think, Spoiled? Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? It's coming out next year. Interesting concept. Yeah. That's what I said. I was like, I kind of figured it would be, because I remember seeing something about this a long while ago, and I remember seeing like a screenshot like this and going, oh, it's going to be like a Fallout the Vault kind of thing, right? Where you have to do all these certain tasks inside your base, and then the base grows, and maybe every once in a while the wheel moves and there's a different background. But you actually do have to go out and find stuff to survive, which I think is really, really cool. And it looks a lot, it reminds me a lot of Death Stranding in terms of how the gameplay in stuff like this is actually going to work. So it's like, okay, that's cool. Plus the concept of the altars themselves, I was like, wow, this actually kind of looks badass. Really, really interesting sci-fi concept. Alpa, how you doing, buddy? So yeah, this comes out next year. This is something I'd like to try at some point. Apparently there was a demo out, but it's no longer on Steam, which is a problem. Otherwise, I would have just said, fuck it, let's try out the demo now. But yeah, I can't find the demo on Steam anymore, so maybe they took the demo down. I don't know. But yeah, it's not coming out till next year. So we do have time. We absolutely do have time. But this is definitely one that looks interesting and that I'm considering getting at some point. So here is the video. Here's the video. Again, like, subscribe. 11-Bit Studios, they also came out with this War of Mine, and a couple other games that, honestly, they were all pretty decent. They really, really were. So I'm not going to give them hell or anything like that. This is a massive departure from this War of Mine and Frostpunk. That was the other game, Frostpunk and Frostpunk 2. But they've always come up with really, really, really interesting stuff. So there you have it. Now, on to what we want to play tonight. Twitch has not done their payouts yet. War of Mine is very emotionally taxing game. It is an incredibly emotionally taxing game. It really is. I'm going to be honest, it's one of the few games that I can think of off the top of my head where after playing it for like 4 hours, I was emotionally drained. Like completely and emotionally drained. Very good game, but yeah, it is a very emotionally draining. What was I going to say? Yeah. So Twitch has, as of yet, to come out with their payment stuff. I don't know when that's going to happen. It is going to happen at some point this week. I just can't give you an exact date as to when. But when I get paid, that's more than likely when we are going to be playing Hello Kitty Racing. But until then, we need a new game to play, or we need something to replay, or what have you. So, ideas? Anybody? What do you guys want to see? No, you can't see dicks. Well, I mean, technically you can, but no. Wonder what happened with Yakuza. What do you mean? Halls of Torment? We played the shit out of Halls of Torment. Did I ever finish Yakuza? What, like a Dragon? Yeah. The other ones? So I played 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2. I played probably about a third of the way through 3, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of number 3. Number 3 is really slow and really boring. 4 and 5, 4, 5, and 6, I have not played, but I played Like a Dragon. I played Yakuza Like a Dragon. I played Like a Dragon Ishin. I played Like a Dragon Gaiden and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Persona 5, I don't have Persona 5, and I'm going to be honest, there's a massive issue with the Persona games. They are not good for streaming. The music is fantastic. There's a lot of really good stuff. There's a lot of awesome tunes and everything like that, but it's not good for streaming. Scrubbing through my Steam catalog. Oh boy. No, I like Persona. The issue with Persona is that it takes you over 100 hours to get out of the tutorial. Right? So you're spending 100 hours getting used to systems that you can't use, and then they throw everything at you after you get out of the tutorial, and that's kind of the problem. And then you're in there for at least another 100 to 200 hours going through all the storylines and doing all the micromanaging and everything else. It's a fun game. It is a fun game, and I really like it, and I love the music, but it is not good content for a stream. That's also why, even if I do ever get Metaphor ReFantazio, I will probably never play it on stream because it takes so fucking long to get to the point. I love slow burns. Slow burns are great. You want a perfect example of a slow burn? Alien Isolation. That is a great example of a slow burn. Because in total, you can put about 60 hours into it if you're not sitting there and speed running everything and you're playing it for the first time. That's fantastic, especially on the hardest difficulty with mic detection on. It is a hard game, but it is a slow burn. Persona is so slow that most people just fall asleep. And that doesn't do anybody any good in terms of content on stream. It just doesn't. It has nothing to do with it being entertaining. It has everything to do with it being content for a stream. There's a massive difference between finding something entertaining, which, by the way, like I said, I do find it entertaining. But it's trying to keep people's attention when it comes to the stream. That's the difference. There's a massive difference. People will come in and go, oh man, I love Persona and everything like that, right? Oh man, I absolutely love Persona. Then they hear their favorite song and then they pass out. Or then they hear their favorite song and they go, okay, I gotta go, see you later, bye. And then I don't see them for fucking, 12 streams because they're so bored with everything that happens between the time they heard their favorite song and literally what comes after that if I'm only doing anywhere between 6 to 8 hours a stream, because even they know it's going to take me fucking forever to get to the point because of how the game is. See the issue? Space Marine 2. I mean, Space Marine 2 is fun. I'm actually waiting for their big update. Chicken Police, have you ever played the Ace Attorney games? I have not, but I also don't have them, sadly. Although I will say the Ace Attorney games do look fun. Trilogy goes, yeah, it just depends on when. That's the problem, right? If I've got bills to pay and I get paid and they're not on sale, then guess what I'm not getting? Which, unfortunately, 90% of the time is exactly what happens. That's what sucks. Trilogy is on PS Plus. Right, which you have to pay for, which I can't until I get paid. See the problem? If I'm not using it, I ain't paying for it. No, we're not doing another Baldur's Gate 3 run. We've already done 2 of those. I've done everything I wanted to do in Baldur's Gate 3. Well, you can see Karlak. You have Baldur's Gate 3. I know for a fact you do. You got to see Karlak more than once. And I love Baldur's Gate 3. It's great. But I've pretty much gone through every single side mission and every single side story and everything and anything I can. You know what I mean? So, I love the game. It's fantastic, but Project Zomboid? Maybe. I don't know. Here's what I was thinking. And again, it's dumb. Really dumb. I'm not saying it's smart. It's really dumb. I talked about this with Sophia and Alpa. Literally Saturday night when we finished Ghost of Tsushima. Right? There are 2 games that I stopped playing when it came to FromSoft games. And currently I only have access to 1. Now, to be fair, I have already rage quit this one game twice. And there it is. There it is. See? Now, what did I tell you guys? I told you guys it all depends on whether Spoiled says yes or no. I told you guys this. Depends on whether Spoiled says yes or no. And the reason being is because she had to put up with all my bitching both times. And I fucking went off hard. Really fucking hard. Oh, I was fuming. Bloop was there for both of them, too. I was seething. I was absolutely seething. It was bad. There's no other way to put it. It was fucking bad. Is Sekiro hard? Sekiro is probably the hardest From Software game that there is outside of maybe Bloodborne. However, there is one major difference, and the major difference is that the PC version for Sekiro is dog shit because it is not optimized and they don't put in the options that allow you to get rid of the 738 gorillion fucking particles which literally try and melt your computer. Right? So even if you were somehow able to turn the graphics all the way down to the fucking wireframe, you'd still have all those particles, which is what's going to make your computer melt. So if you're inside a building, even on my potato, if you're inside a building, you can get a consistent 35 to 40 frames a second. If you are outside, you're lucky if you get 12 because of all the particles. And there is zero option to shut those particles off. So imagine fighting a really, really tough boss at 12 frames a second. You play Bendy? What, Bendy in the Ink Straw? I'm not going to do Stardew, because Stardew just had a patch that came out that broke stuff. So Stardew's off the table already. Bendy in the Ink Machine, that's what it was. Yeah, Stardew's off the table for the time being, because again, they just came out with a patch that broke shit. Can't do Mario Party, because fuck Nintendo. Simple as that. Never doing Mario Party. You'll be lucky to see me play any Nintendo game on this channel, ever. You'll be incredibly lucky to see me play that. Sounds like Zomboid is the only choice. I've got over 500 games. Somehow I don't think Zomboid is the only choice. I think we played Dear Esther. I think we did. We played the shit out of Halls of Torment already. Here, let me see something. I'm going to the BRB screen really, really, really quick because I got to bring something up anyway. But we do have music. Yay, music. Electrician Simulator. Did I pick that up? I think I did. I did. Okay. I don't have Supermarket Simulator, no. You also have Chicken Police. I think I might have played Chicken Police before, didn't I? Very briefly, yeah. Pixel Pixie, what's going on? Oh god, what happened? Oh, there was a thing for 6 Days in Fallujah that came up. That's what happened. Did a thing today. What did you do? What did you did? What happened? Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah, we played this. We played Chicken Police. We played Narcosis, too. I remember that.
Still, does it make it better knowing how bad things really are?
Pretty sure we played this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we played Narcosis. Quit my job, only been there a month, pay was okay, but holy hell, it was stressful as fuck. Medicine? You know what, buddy? Much as I hate to say it, because I know needing money and everything like that is very, very, very important, your mental health is more important. So, you'll absolutely find something else. Myth, how you doing? Good to see ya. Electrician Simulator. Had a bad day at work? Oh no. I'll be broke, but I'll manage to get by. Glad to have a safety net from my family. Absolutely. 100%. Fuck it. Electrician Simulator sounds good. Nice and chill. We get to see Shadow get electrocuted. It's entirely possible. I don't know anything about this game. I remember looking at it going, this could be fun if they put in shit like, yeah, literally you can touch the wrong thing and get electrocuted and die. I do remember thinking that. Remember the guy talked about making the broke joke. He decided to go nuclear today and said that our mother would be ashamed of us and that we need to stop mooching off his friend who is not really his friend. Ew. What the fuck? They still haven't fired him? The complex found footage? Oh, I think I got this for free at some point. Yeah, I think I got this for free at some point. This is like a backrooms type of game. That's what this is. It's a backrooms type of game. Fucking unmedicated, manic, bipolar asshole. Yeah, what the fuck is his problem? Uncertain? What is this? Oh, I kind of remember this. Like the trailer. He's apparently held a grudge against me and my brother due to me telling him off about his stupid joke. Well, that's his problem. If he can't learn from it and move on, then fuck him. No one gives a shit. How am I? I'm doing okay. Yesterday was a pretty decent day. Nice and relaxing. Today, got some stuff done. Accomplished some stuff, which was good. And then, I started kind of feeling like crap, for a little bit. I really started feeling like crap for a little bit. So I took like a 2.5 hour nap, something like that. I feel better, which is good. But yeah, you ever kind of feel like when you wake up from a nap, it not the zombie mode thing, but the where it's like you could easily just go, you know what, if I close my eyes for more than 30 seconds, like I'm awake, but if I close my eyes for more than 30 seconds, I could easily go back to sleep. That's where I am. Let's play that. Let's play what? Go back to sleep? Well, you heard it here first. Spoiled said, let's play Go Back to Sleep, so I guess that's it for me, guys. Sorry. The uncertain, you knob. What, you don't want to see me get electrocuted? To be fair, here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. Okay? We will watch the trailers for both of them and you guys can make up your minds. How about that? I think that's a better way to do it. I'm installing the uncertain right now. But yeah, you guys tell me which one you want just based off the trailers. How about that? I feel like that would get old after the first few times. I honestly don't know. I really don't. I mean, I can see what you're saying. I really do. And that was kind of my fear with it, too. Was I could totally see, you know, content being made out of it because you don't know what you're doing and you accidentally click the wrong thing and then you die. And, okay, funny. I get it. Haha. But how long is that going to last? I'm just waiting for Uncertain to finish downloading, and then we'll watch the trailer for it. Don't we all? What the fuck? Don't we all? Hello? Damn. Wow. Okay, here is lay trailer for Uncertain. post-apocalyptic world where humans are gone. Where all information about humanity is classified. One robot is unusually curious about human race. About human race. Not the human race, but just about human race. So he's not actually interested in the human race. He's interested in, like, racing. I think that's what it is. Take a glimpse into a robot's mind. Hang on. Whoa. Just, okay. You see this? This is like a kid, right? In grade school, and he's drawing a picture, and you're like, you've had enough. Like, just this picture alone, and I know it's supposed to be a simple puzzle and everything like that, and I get it, because it's probably a starter one and so on, but it's like, there's a kid, and he's drawing a picture, right? And he can't get the sun right, and regardless of what you tell him, he doesn't want to listen, so you're like, okay, you're drawing the sun. It's a fucking circle. You know what I mean? And it's like you just want to, like, absolutely just beat it into him. Because what is that number supposed to be? It's supposed to be a 7. Maybe it's an A. They were all numbers. No, it's not for the annals of history. No, here's the second trailer. If it went... There we go.
Humans. Many years ago, they killed each other, thus eliminating their entire race, leaving behind only machines, works of art, and empty buildings. I saw humans only in photographs, but I constantly find artifacts and ancient sources of information that have survived until now, and that helps me to learn more about humans' thought processes, their culture, and way of life.
There have been many wars. Humans are completely irrational.
Unlike humans, we robots think logically and act rationally. Therefore, we will never destroy ourselves. Our civilization is based on constant interaction. In order to maintain my good physical form, I create various gadgets that I can exchange for materials from other robots.
2 weeks ago, the police almost destroyed me for discovering some messages on the internet. They broke in without warning and opened fire.
Despite the ban imposed by USS Corporation, our manufacturer, I think we must study the human race because this knowledge might be useful in the future. I already know much more about humans than other robots, but there is still a lot to learn about them and the world. I must find the answer to the main question. Why have humans destroyed their entire race?
Okay, so that is the uncertain. Now, Electrician Simulator. Let's watch the trailer for that. Okay, so you get jobs, you have to order stuff, take shit apart, desolder, screw in stuff, resolder. Light switches, sconces. Oh boy. Oh, look at that. Don't get electrocuted. So it's like Power Wash Simulator, but literally for an electrician. Essentially, that's what it is. Right? So, which one are you guys more interested in? Because, like, because I hate to say it, if I can go back a little bit more. Yeah. Don't get electrocuted? I don't even know if you can die. Like, you can get shocked, sure. We already played Chicken Police, though. So what do you guys think? Out of Madge, I can't wait till Hello Kitty Racing Day. Listen, I'm going to be honest, I was actually kind of hoping that Twitch would fuck up like they did the last 2 months and pay me early again, but they didn't. So, I mean, sadly, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. I am getting paid this week. I just don't know exactly what day. Could be in literally 3 hours. I have no clue. What are we voting on? We're voting on either the Uncertain or Electrician Simulator. It's a holiday, so no pay, probably. I vote ice cream. You're not. Oh, God damn it. And dinner's ready. Okay. I always vote a good sim. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what then. Because Boyle decided, oh, hey, I'm going to go get ice cream in the middle of us trying to vote for all this stuff. You didn't see the other one. Oh. We'll play this one.
Humans. Many years ago, they killed each other, thus eliminating their entire race, leaving behind only machines, works of art, and empty buildings. I saw humans only in photographs, but I constantly find artifacts and ancient sources of information that have survived until now, and that helps me to learn more about humans' thought processes, their culture, and way of life.
There have been many wars. Humans are completely irrational.
Unlike humans, we robots think logically and act rationally. Therefore, we will never destroy ourselves. Our civilization is based on constant interaction. In order to maintain my good physical form, I create various gadgets that I can exchange for materials from other robots.
2 weeks ago, the police almost destroyed me for discovering some messages on the internet. They broke in without warning and opened fire.
Despite the ban imposed by USS Corporation, our manufacturer, I think we must study the human race because this knowledge might be useful in the future. I already know much more about humans than other robots. but there is still a lot to learn about them and the world. I must find the answer to the main question. Why have humans destroyed their entire race?
So that is the uncertain. And honestly, that's really all we know about it. I have a code for Doom Eternal. I have Doom Eternal. I have 2016 Doom, and I also have Doom Eternal. And honestly, we're kind of just waiting to see when I end up getting paid through Twitch. Mostly because that's when I'm going to play Hello Kitty Racing, which is going to drive me fucking insane. I guess it helps if I spell Hello Kitty right. Yeah, I'm going to be playing this. Yay, depressed penguin. I love how that's the entire fucking... That's literally the entire trailer. What is the second one anyway? Yeah. Wait a minute. Whoa. Bads Maru, I'm sorry, but he's totally seen some shit. That's the one I'm playing. Totally playing Bads Maru. I just want you guys to be made aware that me picking up this game invalidates possibly picking up God of War Ragnarok, possibly picking up Black Myth Wukong, possibly picking up Stalker 2, because this was the deal. I played both Plague Tale games. Did you ever play Plague Tale Requiem? Itzy? Look how happy this is. No. First off, my man down here, right? Bads Maru, he ain't happy. He's seen some shit. Okay. Plague Tale and Plague Tale Requiem are both very, very, very good games until the very end of Plague Tale Requiem. I was so pissed at the end of that game. I was incredibly pissed at the end of Plague Tale Requiem. Yeah, they modeled him on Solid Snake, absolutely. You can totally see it. Mass Effect Marathon. What about the Dishonored games? I have the first one. Here's what it is with Plague Tale. I'm not going to ruin Plague Tale for you if you haven't played it, because the story is actually really, really, really good and really, really interesting. But basically, I can truncate it down to sister and brother have to run 'cause things. Something should be done that you learn about a quarter of the way through the first game, and they ignore it until the very end of the last game, which is what you will be screaming about doing for the entirety of the first game and the second game, and doing the stuff at the end of the second game completely invalidates the first and second game in their entirety, because it's something that you should have done at the start. We could play Slender Man? Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, we're not playing Slender Man. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Scorn was fun. I played Scorn when it came out, day one. Scorn was actually really, really fun and really pretty. There's not a whole lot of replayability to it, though, but if you have it for free, it's great. We could play the entire Barbie franchise. First off, I don't have the Barbie franchise. Second, more importantly, why? Why would I play? I'm already playing Hello Kitty and Sanrio and Sanrio Friends Racing. How about Factorio? What am I, Destiny? Destiny fucking lived on that game for 3 years. Here, let me see something. Hang on. Let me look at a thing, because we also have the Epic Games library, which I tend to neglect, if I'm being honest. What do I have in there? I got 911 Operator. See, there's Plague Tale Innocence. Absolute Drift, which we played. Alan Wake 2, we played the shit out of. Alien Isolation, played that once. We're good. Avon Colony, never played. Call of the Wild Angler, never played. Car Mechanic Simulator 2018. Chivalry 2, which, I mean, it's fun, but it gets old. Crying Suns we played a little bit. Signy All Guns Blazing. Demon Machina. Dark we played. Defense Grid is a tower defense thing. Deliver Us Mars. Wait a minute. No, don't. Not what I want. Hang on. Deliver Us Mars. Oh, that's why. Deliver Us Mars was supposed to be pretty good. It was supposed to be pretty good. I think there was a sequel. I don't know. What are the free games on Epic right now? The free Deliver Us the Moon. It sounds familiar, but I don't know. The current free stuff, I think well, you've got Deceive Inc., but Deceive Inc. is always free. You had until the 1st, you had Unloved on Epic and Steam. Ghostwire Tokyo, which I did pick up. Witch It, which I did pick up. And Return of the Phantom, which I did pick up. Deceive is a team battler, yeah. So we've even got that too. We got Deliver Us Mars. Undertale's way too fucking long. Holy shit. Yeah. And Undertale is a mind fuck, especially for a Monday. We got Deliver Us Mars. We've got Ghostwire Tokyo. We've got The Uncertain. Let me go back here and see what else there is. We are attempting to reconnect you. Shut up. My library, dickhead. There we go. So we got Deliver Us Mars, which we haven't played. I got Dishonored Definitive Edition right here. Disco Elysium was fun, but I refuse to play that game anymore because everybody got fucked royally. Ghostwire Tokyo, yep. Let me see. In Sound Mind was fun. Horizon Chase Turbo was fun. Kerbal Space Program I have. Insurmountable was another one that looked kind of interesting. I got Lisa the Joyful Edition and Lisa the Painful Edition. My actual vote is Ghostwire Tokyo. Okay, that's fair. Never Alone. We got Paradigm, PC Building Simulator. We did Prey, Saturnalia. We did Sifu. We did Sable. Sniper Contract. Star Trek Resurgence was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with Star Trek Resurgence. Callisto Protocol, I'm going to be honest, was kind of ass. It really was. Disco Elysium is a one-shot playthrough kind of game. I really, really, really liked Disco Elysium. My only issue with Disco Elysium is that everybody who worked on it got fired. Because there was a new guy that basically bought the entire company out from under them and then proceeded to fire them, all the developers, because he wanted the money and the developers were pissing and moaning about it. Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Well, we've got... Why do I have two? Either way, we got Vanishing of Ethan Carter. We've got Ghostwire Tokyo. We've got... It'll let me go back that way, which it won't. No, keep going. Deliver Us Mars. That was the other one. So we got Ghostwire Tokyo, we got Vanishing of Ethan Carter, we got Deliver Us Mars. So it looks like Ethan Carter is the one, huh? Why the fuck would I put it in? What? No. C. Here. Program files. Dumb asshole. Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Install. There we go. Put it in the prawn folder. I don't have a prawn folder. I'm not like 15 anymore. We played What Remains of Edith Finch. We played that before. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the game. No, I'm good. I'm good. Speaking of which, while we're waiting for this to finish downloading, where is it? Here we go. Here is the complete list so far of everything that I have to watch when it comes to anime. Macross Plus, Ninja Scroll, Fatal Fury Motion Picture, Chihaya Furu, Bamboo Blade, Erased, Baki, Delicious in Dungeon, Doorway to Another World, Food Wars, Daily Life of High School Boys, Monogatari Series, Samurai Champloo, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Shield Hero, Restaurant to Another World, Hakume and Mikochi, Uru Camp, That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Campfire Cooking in Another World by My Absurd Skill, with My Absurd Skill, Kakurio, Bed and Breakfast for Spirits, Cells at Work, Izakaya, Japanese Food from Another World, So I'm a Spider, So What, Sweetness and Lightning, Flying Witch, Today's Menu for the Emiya Family, Ergo Proxy, Appleseed, Psycho Pass, Berserk, Black Lagoon, Death Note, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, Hellsing Ultimate, Elfin Lied, Parasite the Maxim, Tokyo Ghoul, Monster, Nana 2, Perfect Blue, Serial Experiments Lane, Death Parade, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Jinro the Wolf Brigade, Prison School, Memoscene, Trinity Blood, Your Name, Puella Maggie Madoka Magica, Bubblegum Crisis, Bubblegum Crash, Trigun, Cyber City 080808, Aeon Flux, 80 Police, New Dominion Tank Police, Silent Mobius, Memories, Battle Angel, Metropolis, Marduk Scramble, Armitage 3, Steins Gate, Fist of the North Star, Golgo 13, The Professional. No bullshit. That's so far all the anime stuff that needs to be watched, which is absolutely batshit nuts. Ranma 1 and 2. Oh boy. Ranma 1. There's new releases of that. Oh, yay. Great. I'm so happy. I've got 78 years worth of anime to catch up on. Oh, Ranma 1/2. Okay. How the fuck am I supposed to know? That'll make sense once you see it. No, it doesn't. It's like every other fucking Japanese bullshit thing that they do. Look, here's Super Sendai fucking Izakaya Deluxe Super Zero Fallout Ninja Scroll Backwater Po' Boy 2. Like, what? Ed Devil is a part-time. Oh, God. It will once you watch it, you underexposed anime wannabe fan. First off, none of it makes any sense. Somebody please explain to me the title of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Someone, please explain it to me. Please explain. Explain Sparking Zero. Especially considering that all the others were just done in Japanese and it's the same exact fucking game as the previous one. Why is it called Sparking or Zero? What does it have to do with the number 0? What does it have to do with sparking? He just powers up. Yeah, exactly. Dragon Ball Tenkaichi Budokai. Sure. And then I'm pretty sure they also had Dragon Ball Tenkaichi. So you have Dragon Ball Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Tenkaichi Budokai, and Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which from what I understand and everybody's complaining about, they're literally all the same game. So why are there 3 different names? And why does one of them not even fucking make sense? You see the problem? It's gonna be loud as shit. How much you want to bet? Yes, allow. There we go. Here, I'll quit game really, really quick. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's really not good. Wow. Here, closing it out that way. Holy shit. Try this again. There we go. Okay. First off, that's at 100%. We need to see where the options are for sound. I mean, everything's at 50, so that's good. Language is English, so show subtitles, yes. Nice. Graphics. Sure. This game is a narrative experience that does not hold your hand. Okay. Liking it already.
Ethan Carter, I didn't know. But he knew who I was. When the police won't help you and the priests don't believe you, you call on Paul Prospero. You call on me. If you're a kid like Ethan, you're right.
I've never played this, no.
Ethan's letter started out just like any other fan mail. But soon there were mentions of things no little boy should know about. There are places that exist that very few people can see. Ethan could have drawn a map. I hadn't entered Red Creek Valley yet, but already I could feel its darkness reaching out for me. Finding Ethan Carter wasn't going to be as easy as knocking on his door. I was too late for that. To find Ethan, I had to figure out what this place was trying to hide from me.
You're in for a treat? Okay. I'll take it. Okay, that's run. No jump, at least not so far. That's crouch. Okay, good. Is it too low? Because everything starts at 50, but I can turn it up. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, this is really pretty. Holy shit. Wow. Ooh. Wow, this is really well done.
Red Creek Valley seemed like a quiet, ordinary place. I've learned two things in my life. No place is truly quiet, and nowhere is really ordinary. Ethan
Fair.
warned me about that. Warned me not to be fooled by what I saw here. He didn't need to worry. I'd worked dozens of cases, hundreds. This would be my last one.
Oh no, that means he's gonna die. Is it too low? I can turn the stuff up. Game was visual porn back in the day? Yeah. I can see that. I mean, it looks really good. But how's the sound? Oh, there we go. Maybe up a tad? Okay, hang on. There we go. Options, sound. Turn it up to 70 and see how that is. Also, I really do like this. This makes life so much easier. Done. Done. How's that? Perfect? Cool. Sweet. This is a really, really pretty game. Holy shit. Nope, can't go down there. Oh. Inspect. Cut ties, cut ties. Untied, tied. No blood? Rope. Yes, that would be rope. Okay, can't do anything with the rope. There's blood. That's a... This man is missing his feet. Rest of the corpse? Blood trail. Victim dragged away, crawled... Well, crawling away might be difficult. Severed legs, that's fair. Nope. Blood from legs, blood from fractured skull. I mean, cause of death, blood loss, head trauma. Touch. Oh. I'm touching. Not yet. Death scene disturbed by third party, eroded by time. Touch. I'm still touching. Let me check up here first. Ooh. Inspect. Gasoline, diesel fuel. Dropped. Carelessly in a rush on purpose. Canister. It's true. Dried grass, dried grass. No sun. Rectangle shape, rectangle shape, rectangle shape, rectangle shape, rail car from the bridge. Rail car, rail car, rail car, rail car, rail car, rail car, rail car. Yeah, okay, I get it. Rail car. Hold. Okay. Let's go back to the rail car, I'm assuming. No, actually, hang on. Front of the rail car. Monorail, oh god. Inspect. Crankshaft. Fresh scratches, recently used. Crank? I'll fucking crank you. Okay, so it's down on the beach. There it is. Rotate. Zoom. Blood. Take. Okay. Okay. Crank, fix. Spin crank. Okay, enter. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Let's just run this bastard off the bridge. Aw. Okay, canister. Yeah. Oh, okay. The rail car has to be there, I'm assuming. There. So, what did that do? Rope. How about now we touch? Not quite. Hmm. I'm gonna turn this off. There we go. The fuck is that noise? Hmm. Ah, here we go. That's spin crank, though. That's not what I want. I don't want to turn it on again, do I? Oh, here we go. Inspect. There it is. Okay. Take. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, nothing new here. We're gonna have to hold his hand, right? I mean, listen, it's never been against the rules unless I specifically say so. Why does it sound like the Predator is stalking me? Did not like that sound. Okay, let's go down and check the beach again. But not that way. Wow, that water is really well done. Holy shit. Oh, you can actually go out into it too? That's kind of cool. Okay, and there is no jump. Shit, okay, interesting. This game came out 10 years ago. It came out 10 years ago, and it plays better than most AAA games today. How sad is that? Or even Quad A. Ubisoft is galactically fucking stupid if they think they put anything out that's called a quadruple A title. No. No.
No trains have been through here for a long time. That was part of a pattern. Large pieces of this country were thrown away, doomed to become, and then remain, the worst versions of themselves. Beneath all that rot, dark things grow.
Okay. Ooh. What are you? I'm going to go ahead and say I probably can't get in here. Huh. Hold Shadow's hand. Oh, God. Hold my hand, man. Hey, listen, you guys want me to have the full experience. This is what happens when you leave me to my own devices. I find out shit you guys never thought you could do. Just saying. I am so good at breaking games and missing things and literally anything and everything that shouldn't be done. Just by playing a game, I can and will do. Shadow will miss everything you don't rub in his nose. You already missed a mindfuck part? It's not even that I missed a mindfuck part. That's what you don't understand. I've already broken the fucking game. No bullshit. Because I didn't miss it. You know how I didn't miss it? Because there was nothing that was said about, hey, there's this thing over here. Hey, this is what's supposed to happen. And yada, yada, yada. Right? I can literally break any and every game. I've literally done things to games that are supposed to run perfect, and the thing will crash. Or the thing is supposed to be an absolutely phenomenal game, and my first experience is falling through the world. I am that kind of person. I can do it in an instant. I am gifted in that way. I'm pretty sure Pixel Pixie took a not a screenshot, but took a clip of me playing Batman Arkham Knight for the first time, talking about how amazing the game is as I immediately go rocketing through the ground. And out of the world. That happens more often. I can break things so quickly. So quickly. The Alan Grant of gaming. Yes. So, hey, let this be a lesson to you guys. You guys want some speedrun tips? Just watch me play a game normally, because I guarantee I can break it. Without trying. Bearded Dad, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? Doing pretty good. Everybody's mad at me because apparently not only did I skip the tutorial, but I missed a giant mindfuck in this game, even though the game says this game does not hold your hand and I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, literally. Everybody's like, I didn't know you could skip the first, like, the first investigation. It's like, I just kept walking. That's all I did. I just walked. I invoke the Boneless One. One avoids destroyer of ships, and he who is feared by the winds, hear me. Great Minister Focalore, I wish to make a pact with you to confound my enemies and protect my possessions. Use the doors of confusion to cloud their judgment. Seal the path with falsity and guile, and permit only those who can discern every true interior to pass. Aglon, Tetragram, Vacheon, Vacheon Stimulamaton. As far as Tetragrammaton, Olyarum, Irion, Acetion, Existion, Ariona, Onera, Eorasim, Mosim, Mesius, Soter, Emmanuel, Sabbath, Adonai, Teodoro, et te invoco, amen. Yes. Leave it to you to find these things out. That's what I said. I just walked. I was sitting there going, like, so this is how it worked, right? There's a guy who's missing his legs. He obviously was bleeding out because he got run over by a train, but we don't know whether somebody beat him in the head with a rock or not. So I got the train to where it needed to be. A sound went off. I shut the train off to try to investigate, and nothing happened. Right? And then I picked up the rock, and the rock didn't do me much good. And there's this thing where apparently you can touch the victim and you can see what happened, but only after you pick up so many clues. And then Alpa said, well, I'll give you a hint. This game has visual clues that don't pop up with text. So I found what looked like footprints, and I followed the footprints and just kept walking. And apparently that's all you have to do, because fuck the first investigation. Because I just kept going, and I never had to do it. That's it. And then Alba was like, I didn't even know you could do that. This is a 10-year-old game, and all I did was walk. I followed the non-descriptive visual clue. Like, I'm not entirely sure what you guys want from me. Like, it says the game doesn't hold your hand. Okay, fair. Well, if it doesn't hold my hand at least a little bit, then guess what? We're not going to see the mindfuck. Why aren't we going to see the mindfuck? Because I don't know it's there. It's like if a bear shits in the woods and nobody sees it, did it actually shit in the woods? "10 years old? I've never heard of it. I've heard of it before, but I've never actually played it." Oh boy. Wow, 10 years old and it still looks like ass. How long has this house been shit? Okay, I'm gonna assume there's blue doors everywhere, so let's... What? Oh no. What is this? What? Hello? What the fuck? Wait, did... Okay. Wait, this is the... Oh no. But what happened? What'd I do? Where did it all go? Hello? What? Am confussed. You all expect for someone who couldn't even break a window to get out of a room. Hey, you know, listen. You guys don't tell me shit can be done. Guess what doesn't get done? Look at that. I just stumbled my way out of a puzzle. How? Don't know. But I did. This is, by the way, this is why these games, like, this is why I don't play them. Because people don't want to tell me shit. Fine. Then we're going to be missing all of it. Like, that's just kind of how it is. Read. I invoke the Boneless One, the one of voids, destroyer of ships, and he who is feared by the winds, hear me. Great Minister Focalar or Folklore, I don't know. I wish to make a pact with you to confound my enemies and protect my possessions. Use the doors of confusion to cloud their judgment. Seal the path with falsity and guile. Permit only those who can discern every true interior to pass. Every true interior. Itsy no. You must hold my hand. You have to do it too. Where's the swap thing? Hello? Swap thing? Okay, wait a minute. Sure, why not? Don't know what that did. Not played this in literally 10 years. I've played this literally never. So, there you go. Okay, well, apparently I fucked up. So I guess that's what the red means. I've never even clicked on the Steam page. That's totally fair, Mongo. Unholds. What the fuck? Okay, that's wrong. Okay, that's right. Okay, that's right. We are playing The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Fuck. Okay, that's wrong. Damn it. I gotta start over again. Balls. Okay, that's good. No. Yes. Nice. No. 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 Is this a game where everything is on fire? Don't read this for spoiler sakes. Oh. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Fuck. Okay, we're good there. Okay, we're good there. No. That one's got to be over here. That's up top. Maybe this one? Nice. Okay. Could be that. Fuck. Because it... Oh. My ass. Okay. No. Yes. Okay. No. Yes. No. No. Gotta be this one. Yeah. No. Yes. Nice. Okay. Nope. Nope. Sure. Nice. Nope. Nope. Yes. Nice. No. Okay, well, I accidentally stepped in, but it worked. I'm assuming you have to do the whole house, right? No. No. This one. Yep. We have to find his preciouses. Okay. Also, why is this asshole summoning fucking Cthulhu? Like, what the fuck, dude? What's wrong with you? No. 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 Fuck. Okay. We got that. Not that, because that's over there. Nice. Nice. Aha. We found all the preciouses. Nice. Whew. Magician once lived inside an old house and made potions that let him see the future. People from the village came to the magician's house and demanded he share his potions with them. We want to see the future too, they told him, but the magician said no. People from the village grew angry and burned the magician's house. The magician knew this would happen. He had already cast a spell on his potion room. The house burned, but the room did not. The people from the valley waited, but the magician never came out. Well, That's because he's smarter
Why are
than you.
Standing there. You spying?
No.
No, huh? What the hell's wrong with you exactly?
Nothing.
You need to stop leaving your stupid stories around. They're freaking everyone out.
Okay. But... Right. Blaze reveals moonshine operation by Daniel Josephson. Bayfield County, Ashland Township volunteer firefighters discovered an apparent moonshine still while battling a blaze in the woods off Old Ogden Road. According to authorities, the still comprised a propane stove and 4-gallon stainless steel pot, which was used to hold the whiskey mash. Based on the size of the still, Bayfield County Sheriff Hank Schafel believes it may be part of a small operation, though he admitted there could still be others in the county. Officers on the scene recovered a half-gallon of apple pie moonshine, which is really, really, really good stuff. I need to head to bed, have a blast. Remember to hold Shadow's hand. Thank you, Myth. Have yourself a good night, and I hope tomorrow's better for you. And 1 gallon of unflavored moonshine. Apple cider and cinnamon sticks were found adjacent to the still. The police have been unable to determine who owns the still. Nice. Oh, that's the magician one again. Okay. So far, we've got, at least it sounds to me, like a guy who got a little bit too high on his own supply. People wanted some. He'd tell them to fuck off, so they burned his house down. And they consider him a magician because he'd turn water into moonshine. And everybody wanted the potions. And I mean, to be fair, moonshine is really good. Ice cold apple pie moonshine? Oh yeah. Like the actual real stuff? Yeah, Ethan wrote the story, yeah. That apple pie moonshine, though, oh my god. Not that I condone any illegal activity, but I am just gonna say from experience, the real shit, I don't mean that stuff you can get at the store. That stuff's close. But the real, honest-to-God apple pie moonshine, that's some shit. Better than mead? It's a completely different experience. Mead is really, really good, but that's because it's essentially fermented honey. It's quite literally a honey wine. Mead is also typically heavily regulated like most other alcohols. But the reason I say the honest-to-God moonshine, not that shit that you get in like liquor stores, is because in this country still, there are people who illegally make and distribute moonshine without a liquor license. Now, the upside is you take a couple sips, you're fucked. The downside to it is that if they don't do it correctly and they don't know what you're doing, you can end up with some serious fucking vision problems. And I don't mean vision problems like, oh, hey, the room's spinning. I mean vision problems like you can actually fuck up your corneas permanently to the point where you can go blind. And people still make that stuff. They still do illegally. I know people here who tried making moonshine. How'd that go for them? Apparently that's harder to do than it's been said. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not easy to do. Don't know. All I know is they did it. Well, fair. Yeah, no, making moonshine, like actual honest to God, like backwoods country moonshine. Good news is I'm not giving out anybody's names because I honest to God don't know who they are. I met them very, very briefly. They were where I was staying at for a very short period of time. Like they were there for maybe 2 weeks, and they brought some honest to God backwoods moonshine with them. And they gave me half a solo cup of the real apple pie moonshine, and it sat in my freezer for 8 months and never froze. And I'd take 1 or 2 sips and I'd be out like a light. And I don't mean like I'd gulp it. I mean like tiny sips and I'd be done. That was it. And even they were like, no, man, like, it's not easy. Moonshine is easy. The going blind part is hard. You got to get a very specific part of the cut and only drink a lot of that. Well, that's what I mean. Like, if you don't know what you're actually doing in terms of making moonshine, the going blind part is actually very easy if you don't know what you're doing, right? But if you do know what you're doing, then you're fine. But that's typically also why you don't hear of people going blind all that much anymore, because there aren't that many people who are willing to try it because they realized, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing and I really don't want to go blind. Which, fair. Totally fair. I get it. They used to have a TV show. Now, granted, the show itself was fake. I mean, a lot of people sell moonshine legally these days. Well, that's actually where I was going with it. So there was a TV show. Now, the TV show itself was faked. But what the guy actually went through was true. So basically, he was reenacting stuff that he went through before he went legit. And this is why people typically don't make moonshine. And essentially what it is especially in places like Tennessee or Kentucky and like real backwoods places, they do make it, but the police know that people are making it. So they have police that are patrolling areas and stuff, and they have to cover it up and everything like that, because they very well could just one day go out there and it's gone. Like, overnight, the police have literally gone out, they've taken everything apart, they've picked it up, and they've walked it away. And they don't care who did it, they just care about getting all the shit out of the woods. So they'll literally destroy everything to the point where you can't use it, or they'll just literally grab a bunch of people and, they'll come and they'll pick it up and take it away. But this guy wanted to go legit because he was getting older and making moonshine really isn't all that profitable. So what he did is he saved up as much money as he could over the course of God knows how many years, and he was finally able to get a liquor distribution license, which is what you need, which was $250,000. And then after that, you can legally produce alcohol, but then it has to be approved by the government for resale. And then that's where, like, the moonshine that you see on the shelves in liquor stores and stuff like that comes from, is people who did basically what this guy did, right? So it's it's not that it's not necessarily honest to God moonshine, but it definitely ain't the shit you're getting in the woods of Kentucky. You know what I mean? They're not going to allow like fucking 200 proof shit to leave a liquor store. That's not going to happen, you know? Meanwhile, you know, there's a lot of moonshiners and stuff like that out there who I'm sure still do stuff, but there's also like a massive amount over the decades who have been caught. And then they just, you know, whether they spend a couple of days in jail or whether they have to pay a fine or whatever, or they even spend some really long time in jail, who knows? But eventually they're just like, it's not worth it. So they just give up. A lot of people sell moonshine legally. Well, yeah, and that's why, because it's not like the 200 proof stuff that you get, right? It's just called new make. Yeah, there's one. I think there's a brand, if I remember correctly, I think it's called New Moon. I think that's what it's called, and it comes in a mason jar. That's got a little glass handle built into the mason jar. And I'm pretty sure it's just called New Moon, Moonshine. That's really good stuff. But if you're comparing it to mead is really good stuff because you can sit there and you can drink an entire bottle, and that's where you get in trouble. Moonshine is really good stuff if you want to take a couple of sips and then you're out like a light. And they don't have to be big sips. But even if you get the apple pie stuff, the apple pie flavored moonshine, although really good, is best cold because the room temperature apple pie moonshine tastes like apple pie made with diesel fuel. And lighter fluid. Oh, it's not going to let me fall down. Okay. Oh, and if you ever try, like, the strawberry or the peach stuff, like the honest-to-God stuff, usually they'll take, like, a strawberry, right? Because the strawberry will leak out the juices and stuff and replace it with the alcohol. Same thing with the peach. And this is for the honest-to-God stuff. Usually, if they give you some of that, they'll make sure that there's a strawberry or there's like a part of a peach in it, and that's all well and fine. Unless you plan on getting fucking annihilated, don't eat the fruit. Most of my scotch is all cast strength, 65% or a bit less. Put hair on your chest? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We have cherry soaked in moonshine in the fridge? Yeah. It's a you-know then. You eat that fruit, you're fucked. You are toast if you eat that fruit. Oh, no. Wait, no. Read. On the day the photo was taken, Uncle Chad was mean, Dad was sad, Mom was mad, Travis was loud, Gramp was quiet. Okay. And am I lying? It's like chewing one of those things a fire eater from the circus uses. Yeah. And then you give it 5 minutes and you're toast. And you know, Itzy, that shit's on another level.
You need to talk to your son. He was poking around in the old Vandergriff house again. Said he found some secret room.
Yeah, really? Okay, I will go talk to him.
Yeah, the honest to God moonshine is on a whole other level.
What did you do?
Uh-oh.
What did you wake up?
Nothing. I found a room, I walked into it, that's it.
We also have those boozy gummy popsicles that are like 4 drinks in one. Ooh. Yeah, that'll fuck you up pretty hard. I've only ever had one of those, but yeah, those will fuck you up.
You can feel it, right? Something coming from the Vandergriff house.
I can feel it. Ethan disturbed the sleeper. He must be punished.
Oh, well, there you go. They killed Ethan. Done deal. Ta-da, I beat the game.
Pop, they're getting worse. They keep talking about this thing, this sleeper.
I know. What I don't know is if it's real or not.
Ethan called Cthulhu. Yeah, sounds like it. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay, there's nothing else on this level except for this area.
You have to help us. It's the only way. It wants Ethan.
You're crazy. You've all gone crazy.
Okay. Save that room for last. This is what happens when you summon Cthulhu, by the way. Just saying.
It's not my fault.
Totally your fault, Ethan.
I didn't mean for any of this to happen.
Doesn't matter, you did it. Good job, stupid. The only... Oh, actually, you want something that's close to moonshine? I don't know how readily available it is. I had a friend of mine. I don't know if it still happens. It is legal, at least where I was living at the time, to do this. You can, where I was living, make your own alcohol, but it is illegal to distribute or sell it. So I had a friend of mine whose mother used to make homemade Polish schnapps with grain alcohol. That's about as close, especially in the Northeast, that's about as close to actual honest-to-God moonshine as you're ever gonna get. That shit was deadly. there anything else? I don't think so. But yeah, schnapps. The homemade schnapps is... Dear sweet baby Jeebus. That shit will fuck you up. That and moonshine, it's good night. You can distill there? Okay. Yeah, I think it's... you can't. Oh, okay, yeah. See, I think here in the States, and I could be wrong, and it very well could be different from state to state, is they don't care if you ferment. Like, for instance, you can get those, like, make-your-own beer kits, which, let's face it, they kind of typically, unless you know what you really know what you're doing, those suck. So they don't care if you ferment stuff. You can distill for personal use, and that's fine in most states. But, yeah, as soon as you start selling or distributing, that's where you get screwed. Yeah. Usually it's the distribution that they have a problem with. Can I go down this way? Yes, well, I can go down that far. Okay. Okay, we did that house. We did this piece of shit. Let's go do this piece of shit. Okay, congratulations. We have figured out you can't get into said piece of shit. Nice. No. Nope. Okay. What's over here? What are next? Ooh, can I go down there? Kinda.
I've stepped through too many portals, been present in too many worlds simultaneously. Bits and pieces of me stay on the other side, waiting. Whenever I return, I bring parts of those worlds back. Do you know what ghosts are? They're sad, evicted things. Memories without homes.
Okay. Wow, that really is pretty. Holy shit. Okay. Is there another home up here? Building or something? I don't think so, because that's a big-ass rock. Oh, wait, does this... Interesting. What in the fuck? I successfully got through the day without an idiotic injury. Congratulations, Sober. How you doing, buddy? Does it just go around? I think it does. Okay, that's locked. So definitely need a key. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Mongo. He has already told us of the time he cut himself on an onion. No, sorry, not an onion, a potato. As well as cut himself on celery. It was very sharp, so I'm still trying to figure that out. And the potato. Guy needs thicker skin. Literally.
I have to say, you'd be surprised by how little they know. The dead can't explain what it means to be dead. They walk down stairs that disappear beneath their feet, headed for some bright glade of memory they'll never reach.
So what this guy's saying is ghosts are useless. Got it. I actually wound myself more often sober than I ever did when I was drinking. Hey. Funny how that works, isn't it? Had a drunk's sixth sense. Yeah. I remember when the PS4 came out and its showcase game was Everyone's Gone to the Rapture. That was also a very pretty game. I've heard of it. I've never actually played it. I do remember, like, I think parts of the trailer, but... Spect. Burnt matches. Oil can. Spilled oil. Brown stain. Oil lamp. Oil lamp. Okay. It's weird. I remember it looking kind of weird. I do remember that. Brush bucket, crow carcasses. Blood is paint, ritual. Crows killed, cut open with knife, dagger, scalpel, razor? Question mark? There we go. I can't see shit. Okay. Yeah, no, if I remember correctly, it was like... I remember the trailer, and it was like you'd just see kind of like lights pop up, you know, like above everybody's head, and like people would start floating up. It was something like that. Let me see if I can find it really quick. It's been a minute since I've seen it. Hang on. We'll play the trailer for it. Yeah, launch trailer, 2015, 9 years ago. Holy shit. Wow.
This is Dr. Catherine Collins. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this. It's all over. I'm the only one left. There's data coming through faster than I can encode it. I've already lost 2 processors. They keep burning out.
Please, I love you. You need to get out of there. It's not safe.
I need you, Steven. I need you here. I can open the gate manually. I can let you in.
It's too dangerous. You don't understand what's happening out here.
No, you don't understand. We can solve this. We can find a way.
Kate, people are disappearing. Shut it down now.
No. If you won't help me, I'll do it on my own.
We're responsible for all this. You and me.
It's not just you and me anymore, though, is it?
Right.
This is for the players.
Is it? Are we sure? Wait, so if everybody went to the Rapture and they disappeared and they got sucked up into the sky, doesn't that mean that technically the character that you're playing is a shit person? I mean, I know it's been a minute since, like, I fucking, like, studied my Bible, but isn't that how it works? Well, I remember something like that, right? It's not what you think it is. It's aliens. It's either Jeebus or aliens. That's what I'm thinking. Oh. Inspect. Signs of struggle. Several different footprints. Blood. Human. Crow. Bloodstain. I mean, yep, see? Jeebus or aliens? Versions of Rapture is that only her children get raptured because children are sinless and stuff. I don't know. I'm just going by what I remember. That's all. And it was basically all the good people get fucking zapped up to heaven and all the bad people have to stay on Earth. But again, the last time I read the Bible, I was like 9. Jeebus! Why is Jeebus missing his hands? Ah, gotcha. Hier Ruben in Gott, meine liebe Frau. I can't even pronounce those bottom ones. Can't sin without hands. That's not true. You could piss all over the Vatican. I wouldn't try it, but you could. How are you whipping your dick out without hands? Who said you had to get dressed? Well, yeah, but no, he's talking more about how are you going to whip your dick out in a place like that when you got pants on, which, to be fair, that's a very, very, very good point. But who said you had to get dressed? You could just run around naked. If you're fast enough, you could do it. Okay, so no support. Yep. You could probably run while pissing. You could probably run backwards too. Mortar trowel. Oh, interrupted, dropped work. Wheelbarrow. True. Satan, me not having arms doesn't mean I can't still shit through your sunroof. That's right. Bohemian Star, Genia Corvi, Wings of Something, Crow's Feet, Nero, Cross, Broken Cross, Death Rune, Witch's Foot. Sacrifice to leap off? As a person who is pissed while walking forward, definitely need to be running backwards to make that work. It's true, I've done it. I completely agree with you. Peeing while walking or running backwards is the way to go. Absolutely. Because if you walk forwards, you just end up pissing all over your feet and legs and everything else. Just gotta walk. Well, yeah, but then, like, that's what I... Ooh, Dead Crow. That's why I always had to laugh, right? Because there was always, like, especially in college, you'd have buddies who would do that, or at least try, and then they'd do the waddle, and you're like, yeah, but now everybody knows exactly what you're doing, because we've all tried it. Right? You gotta walk backwards or something. And honestly... Here's a little bit of a trick for you guys. Not that I ever suggest you walk anywhere hammered, but if it's a windy day and you happen to be a smoker, you can turn around, whip it out, and pretend to try and light a cigarette against the wind. That actually keeps people off guard.
People come here for many reasons. They want to ask me questions about the future. But I can see the future. So it is the past that interests me. If you want to find my house, you must answer the questions I ask of you.
6 blue and yes. That's what it is.
Does death bring peace or suffering? Do you love for yourself or for others? Would you prefer anonymity over notoriety? Is cheating truly unfair to others? is vanity, charity.
Yes.
Do you take that, which you know you will not return?
Yes. A beautiful woman sat by a river. A witch approached and told the woman she was to have a child. The woman began to cry with joy, but the joy turned to fear and she could not stop crying. Fear turned to sadness. The woman continued to cry. She cried for months, hardly sleeping until the child was born. But the crying had aged the woman, and she was no longer beautiful. When she was old enough, her son climbed the mountain to find the home of the witch. He asked her if she could make his mother beautiful again. The witch asked the boy many questions. After hearing the answers, the witch told the boy she had lied to the mother about her child. The boy disappeared, and the mother was beautiful again. What? Oh, okay.
Ethan, the point of life is not to rock the boat. Just try to get along. Stop living in your head. Do something real. That's what people respond to. Reality.
Right. Note from Ethan's mother. Ethan, honey, I'm sorry I yelled at you. I want you to keep this note and read it every time I lose my temper. I don't mean it, and know I got a snake's tongue. You're my little guy, my precious bean. You just gotta pull your head out of them clouds, okay? Also, don't put your head in your ass. Because that's dumb, too. I wonder, is there anything over here? That is really pretty. That's a Bob Ross painting right there. Holy shit. Okay, can't go further down. Sir, you have an asset floating. Okay, so Ethan knew his mom was a bitch. Your mother's a bitch. And, used to come out here and cry and read the letter where she apologized for being a bitch. And we also know that he accidentally fucked something up and his parents kind of went a little nuts and got really mad at him. Seems legit. Do I have a map? No. Okay, that leads back to here. So let's keep going up. Oh, no, wait. This is the way back. Okay, actually, that works. Yeah. Yeah, this is the way back. Okay, can't go any farther. They actually kind of, like, they let you go for a while out into, like, nothing in this game. That's actually really cool. Okay. So, wait a second. Fuck. Hang on. I gotta go back. I don't have a choice. And I have no inventory. There is no tab thing. There's nothing. There's no map. Okay. So I gotta go down here. So that's question mark, question mark, question mark. Oil lamp. Here. Okay. Oh, no, oh, fuck. Okay. So I gotta get in there. So I go this way. There we go. Inspect. Zoom. Okay, take it. Oh. Okay. Guess I'm not going up. Okay, so I got that. Now if I go back here, fix. Nice. This right about here. Looks like a dead body. Okay. Go down the stairs. Dude laying on a thing. Probably have to go off to the side. Down the stairs. Dude laying on the thing. Can't see shit. But he is there. I'm assuming I need a light or something. I'm assuming that's what it is. Because there's the body. But yeah, I can't see it. Aha! Inspect. Handle, handle. Crow, crow. Crow, 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 crow. Which is over here. Yes. Yes. Okay. So let's go get the crow. I know where the crow is. Crow is over by Jesus? Somewhere? There it is. Got it. Okay. Now we can take the crow. Good. Fix the crow. Pull the handle. Nice. Okay, look at that. Inspect the guy. Cause of death? Chest wound, no blood post-mortem. Facial cut, shallow, minimal bleeding. Back wound, single attackers, multiple attackers. Not yet. Inspect. Oh, shit. Okay. That's nice. Take that. Touch. Yep, he's still dead. It's true. So... Sigil, no. Oil lamp. I don't think so, but we'll try it. No. Bloodstain. No. There's definitely something else I'm missing. Somebody touching my spaghetti. Yep, exactly. Just strawberry jam, don't worry about it. I don't know if there's anything else in here. I don't think so. God, it'd be really nice if you could jump. That'd be awesome. How far back does this go? Okay, it goes back a ways. I don't even know. Yeah. Apricot jam. I haven't had apricots in a long while. Jack in the pews. Oh, dagger. There we go. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. Dried apricots are some of my favorite snacks. Those are good. I love dried cranberries. Those are really good too. Okay, so we got the dagger there. So... Now let's see. Ooh, can I... No, I can't. Alright. Touch. Hell yeah, we did it. Oh no. Sir? Sir? Oh god. Okay. One over there too. Who are these two lovely people? That's not how you hold a knife. No, not so much. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm assuming this is Ethan? No, those are the two people who wanted to kill Ethan. Chronology, yes, please. Uh-oh. Wait, what? One. Then I think... two. That's not the same guy, though. What the fuck? Hang on. Okay. Who the fuck is this kid? Hello? There's gotta be one that I'm missing. There has to be. There's no way in hell that that's it. There's zero way that that's all that is. Not seeing any shiny shit out there. Okay. So... chronology don't start until you find them all. Okay. So then I'm gonna put this as... okay. But it said there was signs of a struggle. Three. 4. 5? Visualize.
Our boy. Chad is putting our boy in that crypt.
And bricking him up. Giving him to the sleeper. Forever.
The hell's going on? Where's Ethan?
Ah, okay. Okay. I see now. So we gotta switch 1 and 2. So that's Ethan. What? That's Travis. Who the... Oh, that's dude with legs missing. Okay. That's missing legs guy. So that's 1. So this one can't be 1. Try that maybe?
Our boy. Chad is putting our boy in that crypt.
And bricking him up. Giving him to the sleeper. Forever. Chad, let me see.
Okay. There's a problem over here. So they're breaking him up. But that's got to be 2, 3, 4. Okay, now visualize.
Our boy. Chad is putting our boy... You know he's harmless.
There we go.
You know this is wrong.
Chad, finish those bricks before he wakes up.
Ah, my leg!
Ooh.
Chad, let me see it.
Get the hell away from me. This is Dale's fault. He should have been helping.
Dale's weak. He always has been.
You're right. He is weak.
Oh, shit.
Chad, get off of him! He's your brother! Get off of him!
Oh. And then Ethan got away.
The hell's going on? Where's Ethan?
The one who sleeps must not sleep. Your Uncle Chad is dead. Gross. Ethan.
It's not right. Ethan's our boy.
Dad, I need to get into the mine.
What? Mine? My key. I don't have it.
I guess I'll use the tunnel near the gate. Just keep Mom away from me, all right? She's sick. You're all sick.
Okay.
The
Gotta
sleeper
use...
must not sleep.
Yeah.
Ethan disturbed something.
Yeah, we know that.
Whatever it was, it got out, into the air, and into the minds of his family.
Okay. So... And then he went down this way, if I remember correctly? Fucking Cthulhu. It's true. Oh, fuck, no. This is the wrong... Is it the wrong way? He has to get down into the mine. He needs the key. And he said he'd use the tunnel by the gate? The tunnel by the gate. I don't think I know where the tunnel by the gate is. I know the gated off tunnel. But that's where the key is. That's what the key's supposed to be for. Unless they're saying it wrong, which I guess is entirely possible. Okay, so I'm gonna go back up this way. The tunnel by the gate. No. Also, Ethan's got a fucked up family. Just saying. Hey, kiddo. Just remember, every time I go into a murderous rampage, I don't mean it. Hey, True, what's going on, buddy? Just remember, I want you to read this letter every time I get mad and try and sacrifice you to an elder god. I don't really mean it. What, Slitterhead? I'm still kind of torn on Slitterhead, if I'm being honest. Plus, I already had this game. But I'm really torn on Slitterhead, only because, I want to see actual gameplay first of it. Like, not the trailer bullshit, because I've already seen, like, 3 trailers for Slitterhead. But there's not enough gameplay, and if I'm being honest, the combat doesn't look all that good. At least for what they show in the trailers. A mom like that who needs an arch nemesis, right? So yeah, I'm really on the fence with Slitterhead. I understand what they're going for, but it's yeah, the combat does not look all that promising. I really want to see somebody actually play it. From film grain off. What? There's no film grain. There's no film grain for this. It's probably the bitrate being the bitrate, if I had to take a wild guess. Yeah, see, I can't get in there. Very shitty film grain is over the screen right now. Yep. Don't know what to tell you. Only when you move. Yeah, that's gotta be the bitrate then. That's gotta be the bitrate. Nothing I can do about that, because Twitch doesn't know what to do with a fucking gigabit connection. Which is really dumb. Just stop for a sec. Okay, hang on. The new enhanced broadcasting feature? No, I don't think so. I don't think I have. Oops, sorry. Bitrate is borked? Of course it is. Where is it? Go to stream, yeah. Yeah, well, I can show you what I have. It's all grayed out because I can't do anything because obviously I'm running the stream right now. Like, I can't do anything with it, but I'll show you. This is what I'm seeing under stream. I'm assuming it's this box, right? This one right here. Restart stream? That I can do. So give me a minute. I'm going to shut this off really, really quick. Enable that. Hold on, though. Okay. Here, I'll take it off this. I hate how OBS pulls this shit, too. It drives me nuts. No, I'm not. Okay, so end stream, turn on enable enhanced broadcast, enable enhanced broadcasting. Is that what it is? And then just restart it. Well, here's to hoping. I'm going to stop the stream really quick, hit that, start it back up, and we'll see what's going on. So give me a minute.